exhale, tune in. Om Namo Gurudev Namo. Om Gurudev Aad Kare Name, Jugaad Kare Name, Saad Kare Name, Siri Kare Name,
Aad Kare
Name,
Jugaad Kare Name, Aad Kare Name, Siri Kare Aad Kare Jugaad Kare Saad Kare Siri Kare.
Breathe. And continue. And now, Japa Saraswati, can we put the, let me say that.
Absolutely. Hold on one sec.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, here we are. New heart, evolutionary, intelligence and evolutionary waves. Tune in. Dear light workers, did you see the whole 2 hours of the PBS documentary Black Hole Apocalypse? Here's the link for it. Everybody should have gotten this to your text messages, but if you need it again, I'll send it again. Listen and share. So we're going to have a sharing, and then from each of us to hear about the black hole. Then do you want to do the sharing first and then hear the message second? Or what sequence do you want to do it in, Siri-Gian?
I think begin with the black hole.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So does everybody want to, who starts? I know Gian Dasprem has a lot to say about it.
Oh, okay. So now, Aagia Pal.
You want me to go or Gian Dasprem?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this was pretty deep. And what came up for me, I posted some stuff, was the fact that what a soul said was that that the heart center is like a black hole. And with the black hole, it the x-rays that emanate from it are very powerful, obviously not in the visible light spectrum, but also the black hole has a tremendous gravitational pull. So it's like giving and receiving, from the heart. So and to me it's kind of a paradox that I don't quite understand. How can one thing send out such powerful radiate energy and also be able to suck in that. And so I just basically sat with soul on that. And what else came up for me on this is that because I was trying to tie everything in a little bit for myself. And the dynamite diamond okay, so this is what I heard last night. That dynamite diamond is a meditation that uses the energy from, us and our focused from the third eye. And as we focus that, let's say on your Healy or like I've been getting some requests, people, interestingly enough, have been having thyroid issues and nodules on their thyroid. So anyway, so I've been focusing that on their thyroid. And as I do that, I feel like it whatever I'm focusing on fluoresces. There's a certain amount of luminescence that is created from the dynamite diamond focusing, and that as I do that, and as I mentioned to you, I did this on my dog, and what was on her ear disappeared, and I did this on someone else, and they got a totally different scan afterwards. Anyway, so Soul was leading me to this idea that as dynamite diamond causes this, wherever I'm focusing on in the Healy to luminesce, it light, as we know, carries information. So it's the information that is recorded, as well as the intent of the healer. So it's not just, focusing, but it's the intent of the healer, whatever the healer intends as well, is all part of it. And then the heart center, as I said, like a black hole, magnetizes it. It brings that energy, brings that light in to the heart, and does what, and I looked it up because I didn't understand transmutation. It takes that information from the light, and it transmutes, again, according to the intention of the healer. So this is a tremendous responsibility for the healer to keep a strong intention, whatever it may be. So anyway, does the healing, does the transmutation of whatever, I guess molecules or whatever cells are intended to be healed in whatever way. And so it takes it in, the heart takes this in, and then sends it out, to it's where the focal point of the healer was. So I don't know. I mean, this is what I heard last night, the whole kind of process of luminescence with information and intention, and then going into the heart center, the black hole heart center, and having the change of, based on what that light code was, and thus the outcome being what we would consider healing. And so yeah. So I don't want to take up much more time, but I could go on. So that's what I really got out of the oh, she agrees. Good girl. That's what I got out of the so far, and I'm going to kind of watch it again. All about Cygnus and so forth. It's totally fascinating. And and then the last thing I'll just say is that the heart center, we're all kind of, there is like millions of these black holes, right? But and we have a lot of millions of heart centers, but the idea is that there is somehow, what came through is there's one main, there is a fundamental heart center from which all the other heart centers come, or are yeah, they come from it. Just like, I believe, this is my own belief, that there's one black hole from which all of these that we're experiencing now come. So, yep. So anyway, and that so when we as healers focus on our Healy, we're really, yes, working with the heart center, so, the higher self, the soul of the Healy. However, that's just an illusion that we're separate. It's like it's all one. So we're also doing our own healing in a different way. But again, I don't know. I need to sit with that a little more. So that's me. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so now, wait a minute. Oh, okay, so now is Gian Dasprem.
Hmm. Yes, so this video, or this was something that I had seen before but hadn't seen for a while, and now is becoming popular again. This particular show that they did it with I mean, it's 2 hours long, but it's, of course, I mean, how many times do you have to watch it if you're just a common person, right? Even with some idea of math, it can be confusing the first couple of times, which is like why I like to you know, probably just watch it off to the side and maybe even fall asleep to it the first time, which is pretty much what I did. And then I watched it a few times after that as well. And there were a lot of reminders in there of the measuring and the mirrors and the graphing and all of that, things that we've been doing now for a long time, starting from telescopes or the water, basically the reflection of the water. So anyway, that was a lot of information there, but this technology beyond the technology is what I was really touched by, to within the noticing of the self in our learning, that there's a certain amount that we have inherent, and then there's other amounts that we learn or that we can grasp in a certain way. So this was coming in a lot of different ways, that may not have been easy for some, but in the other ways of it, it is, right. And I like the example of putting something shiny on the moon and then shining that laser up to get the measurement, and then trying to figure out how far away, and then you know the sun and the mass of the sun and all of these. So a black hole is sort of like, for me, is that the birthing entity. I just seeing it as this thing that, right, it's beyond fear, death, control, or anything like that. So it's doing its own thing, and then it's a hole. Is it a hole? Is it a hole? And then it comes up to another black hole, right? And then you have these. So there are different types of black holes, and then feeding and non-feeding. So the amount of information here was just like, it was so beautiful to see that, they made machines with mirrors, and then they were able to get that little bloop bloop, like a heartbeat thing, right, of from something that was beyond the creation of the earth, before the creation of the earth, that these waves travel, and that we now have these machines that we're making. And if you look at the machines, they're pretty wild assemblies of tubes and wires and elements, and then yeah, it's just so amazing when you go and look at all this for the way of our coming forward to this information as something that we have known in a sense that there is something going on out there beyond just this bubble here, the earth bubble, the giant mud ball. So for me it was cool to see you know getting into that imaginary place too and being drawn for the relaxation of it, right? For the way of saying, oh, well, we can look into this and we can see that, and we can understand this by how we're doing this, and the people that came before us that were laying this way for us to, be shown these things, and then they sort of have to say, yeah, but we only know so much, so this is what we're doing. So the work in progress thing of it was really beautiful to me, but I was just given that reminder, the invisible deep mirror, and coming back to that, the way of forgiveness for me, noticing and then letting go, sort of like an invisible division. It opens up into the impossible for those light mirrors, to create another horizon, whether it's, an event horizon or, our horizon that we look off to when we meditate, if we have a place that we go to or something that we look at. Yeah. But just that discovery of the waves, of them being able to track them down, and just having the right timing to, through the stories, of the guy said, oh, I need to take a break, and that was, a window that was opened for them, for the machine to work by itself, so why guru, yeah, why guru.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now, wait a minute. For Kehar. Kehar, are you there? Kehar?
Hi,
Oh,
yeah,
there you go.
it takes a second. I didn't have the screen up, so it takes a second to find it and unmute it.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. So I didn't listen to the thing, but from I read what you guys had been posting, and immediately for me, it's how the original concept of how heart breath made sense to me. So, way back as a little baby heart breath practitioner, for me, it was about imagining a focal point, like not even imagining, right? So, tuning into a point within the center of my chest that breathes on its own. And it's, not like I don't mentally think of like my heart, physical heart, or even like a heart chakra. It's just this point of calm in the middle. And it often feels like, honestly, like a pinpoint of black. And I just let consciousness go straight there. And then it builds from there. Like for me, heart breath doesn't fully work if I just think of like compassion or my heart center. It's like it's something that's beyond me and but also within me, and it's its natural pulsation. So to go to that little spot, and then I let it build and kind of like commune with that, and then it merges like with my energy and it moves out from there. So I kind of feel like that has what that concept is what I've just kind of tuned into. um and then the thing that uh you're talking about multiple black holes and like multiple hearts, or kind of centers. I have always, when I was doing heart breath, felt like that we have a natal heart center, like the one that we came in with. That's the unique like vibrations of our incarnation, that kind of a thing. And then you have like your deeper heart center that connects to the all. So that might be my feeling of interpreting those concepts. So, yeah, that's my share.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, let me look. Harimandir.
Well, I was listening to it like all these videos, mostly listening, not watching, and just absorbing as I'm making breakfast or as I'm doing other things, listening. So I'm not taking notes, but it's certainly something to take notes from. And at one point, it talked about essentially, as we've been talking about, multiple realities existing at the same time. So I got that piece. And the other, the very first comment under the video chat stuff was, and we have learned so much in the last 5 years since the film was made.
Oh, okay.
It's ready for, we're ready for another because I mean it was only there in 2018 or 19. I mean, just the other day, and we've gone gigantic leaps since then. And from one of the other videos or something that I've been watching, it said, and the quote may not, I didn't do the mathematics, but it said something like, to go from the time that the Wright brothers took their first flight until until we put a man on the moon, that is a short period of time. 66 years is what I heard, and I'd have to figure out how that fits. But we have just leaped in a very short period of time for all sorts of stuff. So that we could go from the Wright brothers to the man on the moon to being able to measure and see not the black hole, but the shadow of the black hole as it reflects on what is around it. So it's kind of mind-boggling.
You got it. Okay. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sun City.
Satnam, Satnam, everybody, and so elated, grateful to be here. It's raining really hard, very strange, harsh weather, winds and clouds, and I'm sitting in my car. I've had a strange experience with this material because before I even went to read it, I was experiencing a very new process, and I'm just going to share it. And I think it echoes or is an example of what the readings were talking about. But I'll just put it out there. So, I've moved recently. It's an old farmhouse, very quiet, introverted farmer runs this boarding house. It's been a lifesaver because it was very hard. Father George had very bad, where I lived, the Catholic worker house, had to go into a home for dementia, and he had been really, really bad Alzheimer's. So that was one kind of disturbing, kind of not working of ordinary, had the brain going awry. And then I have had a head injury where this massive door fell on my head, and I've been managing with a lot of memory loss. So that's been very challenging. It's like my normal way of remembering I just don't have. And I have a good friend who also has a head injury, and she helped me learn how to I can't remember things, so I have to write everything down and get into those new habits. An experiencing world without memory, which is a kind of a black hole of its own. So I feel like I was experiencing on my own physical level. And I had started disintegration really took me back. I actually had to take a day or two. It was like a day and a half, but over 2 days, surrender to the process of the collapsing of old belief structures and experiences that created belief structures and memories all came forward. So I was in bed for like 2 days. I just decided this must be Guru because it feels like Guru. And it felt like a tantric almost. So I get up to use the bathroom and get a bite to eat. And I had a few errands I had to run. I had to go to therapy, which helped a lot actually, because in the therapy session with this wonderful young woman at Advocates, which is Teddy Kennedy and my former governor of Pennsylvania's pet project for developing mental health centers all over the country, but robustly here in New England, especially Boston, where people really get great mental health care, dealing with trauma, dealing with the profound depression that comes with trauma. In fact, they pioneered EMDR, which is the erasing of traumatic memory. But for me, memories came up that I just didn't understand. And I just had to be very patient and go through this process, which to me really does reflect on a personal level what the disintegration, reintegration that's really part of what we were focused on this week. So I had memories from childhood that came up, and rather, some of them were kind of severe, like getting kicked out by my mom at a very young age, being on the street, being homeless, because recently there was a big issue that I was homeless. But I got, by God and Guru, I ended up at this wonderful old farmhouse that I'm staying in for $160 a month, which would normally a rental like this would be like $2,800. Anyway, the gentleman's kind of eccentric, but I was able to just be at home in this old place, very comforting, on a piece of farm that used to be a farm here in Framingham. That's now a pretty big city. So what's important about it was the memory would come up, and it was like I was reliving it. And I just prayed, Guru Ram Dass, what needs to happen here? And then the memory just disintegrated and crumbled, and like a piece of, like a rock. And in the dream, another version, my soul gave me a rock in one of my dreams recently. So there's been this disintegration of false. I interpreted some of those experiences. Okay, my mom doesn't love me, which was not true. She was just very mentally ill. And that I am homeless, which is not true, because I'm always at home in soul. And Dharma has become a very important home. And I moved here to live on the ashram, but by God and Guru, I ended up in Father George's place, and now he moved on. And moving on was really, 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 really hard. But I had found, by the sheer grace of God, it's crazy, boarding house. Who thought boarding houses still existed? But it was set up back when Framingham was really a farm town, not the city that it is now. So what I'm learning is my soul power to not cling to memory, to not be dominated by memory, to not be traumatized by memory through this process of soulful disintegration. And then those pieces of particles collapse and become something very new and very fertile. So it's been a really challenging period of time for me. I know it was provoked by our work here, and I'm very grateful for it. And I'm so grateful I don't work right now because I have this head injury, having gone back to work, so getting great treatment. Slowly, the memory is coming back, but my mind's, my soul, my brain is being directed by soul and not my ego or just the brain itself. And what I'm trying to say is my response, I went back to, when my mom used to throw me out, which is really traumatic. And then what I saw was the kindness of all the women in the street who knew my mother was mentally ill and loved her very, very much and took care of my mom's children, like me, just out of the goodness of their hearts and souls. Oh, you can, Mary Claire, come to my house where you can go in the garden and collect the rhubarb for our rhubarb pie tonight and join us for dinner. Oh, and why don't you just sleep here tonight? Blah, blah, blah. So it's a deconstruction and reconstruction of self and soul through soul. I hope I'm making sense. It was a really intense week for me. Luckily, I wasn't working, so I could rest when I needed to. So these practices we have I felt like I was going through a tantric, even though I couldn't go to tantric this year. So I couldn't do this without, you're my safety net. I never worry when weird things happen anymore because I got a soul support. Thank you. Satnam.
Okay, now I want to ask you something because last Wednesday, at the end of our session, you, the group, really send meditation to you to figure out what you were going to do next. So what happened?
By just the most abundantly wonderful. Who gets to live in a boarding house these days with the most timid? He reminds me of Boo Bradley in To Kill a Mockingbird. And he didn't have to do this, and he could charge a lot more money. And an apartment came through, but I couldn't move there because there was nothing in the apartment. And there was such loving kindness of just an ordinary man who wanted to help people who were facing homelessness, which I actually was. And my friends and my family were all besides themselves. Oh, you're going to be homeless. Oh. Well, the grace of soul and the prayer from the heart center through to soul and through soul, everything just miraculously fell into place.
Wonderful.
Yeah, it really is.
That's great. Okay. Thank you so much.
Oh, Satnam.
Satnam. Okay. Japa Saraswati.
Satnam, I didn't finished the video. I started it a number of times and I fell asleep, but what I got, so I'm going to finish it this week.
So beautiful.
But what
Okay.
I got so far from it, or what I feel like, is that black holes are like shunya, um, which is also, it reminded me of the kumbhak, which is a type of breath retention where you exhale all of your breath out and then you raise your root lock and you engage Jalandhar and you create this, it's called a void, kumbhak, it creates a void inside of the body that is doing it, and that's what I felt was black hole. And then what else I felt, what I thought was really interesting, because I think I got maybe 40 minutes into it so far, about binaries. So that means that if we have the whole universe in our body, which of course we do, that then we can emulate the qualities, I think, of the black hole by engaging in yogic practices like kumbhak or breath retention with the root lock and the Jalandhar Bandh, and or breath exhaled out, retained. But then there must be something on the other end that is our binary in the universe somewhere else, which was also special for me, and I'm gonna meditate more on that in the future. Yeah.
Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you.
So much.
Oh.
Great.
Helpful.
Okay. So, Japa Saraswati, can you continue about our document? Go ahead.
Yeah. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Oops, I'm coming.
Okay, that's okay.
I had it and then I put it away, or I
Oh,
pushed the
thank you
wrong
for all your administrative duties. Beautiful. Thank you.
one. All right, here we go. Okay. Listen and share. So here's the message from Siri-Gian. When I first heard about the Aquarian Shift, probably from Dr. David Clements and Pam Gregory, they said that ETs can help Earth's humanity to move through the Aquarian times during difficult changes. As I remember, ETs would help us from our humanity that is stuck from our human awful energetics, such as our endemic human lying, stealing, hurt against each other, wars, inquisitions, slavery, killing, loss of native humans, women's subjugation, against our earth with bombing, ecological destruction, terrible crashes against our planet, and more. And guess what? Our own human frequencies have created generational millennia, has actually devolved with many of our energetic, terrible, stuck, karmic, low, dark frequencies of crap within our system, Earth human. But without our loving humans would not be able to evolve naturally before we could blow up our whole planet. Therefore, we are so grateful for ET's help us now to evolve with us humans. After all, those ETs are meant to be created from humans to grow beautiful, inquisitive, pure, loving, God dimensional layers of pure energies. Our humans have begun learning from our ET's infinitely powerful force for healing / evolution practices for our heart light coherence, pure love, dynamite diamond, or from Jesus, from heart breath, or from Baba City Chun's CNR, consciousness no reality, to quickly wash us away from our low and dense frequencies from our own core of God's self. Our video, again from David and Pam, are learning how extraordinary information from the ETs. So we will have this video for lots more information to process. This whole video is 1.5 hours. Are making 3 sections, each for 28 minutes. Each section will be one of each for 3 Wednesdays. After today's session, you can see more of the other 2 sections of the video if you want. But because there is so much information, you may need more processing in smaller sections if you want. Then you may have seen more of the video section, so please see it again during our next sessions for more of this information and listen to the others. So here's the link for the video, New Heart Intelligence and Evolutionary Waves with David Clements and Pam Gregory. We're watching today the first 28 minutes.
Okay.
After that, Aagia Pal will lead us for 1 minute of heart pumping, which is heart breath with breath of fire. Then use 2 parts for this meditation for Dynamite Diamond. 1 minute of heart breath. Listen from your voice to decide who or what will move toward your Heelys meditation. Then 3 minutes to feel very strong third eye energies, to feel, focus, and see direct to your diamond light beam toward your Healy, to another, or from yourself. If more than enough power from Dynamite Diamond is needed, then change to heart breath. Then Siri-Gian will lead us in meditation with 5 minutes of CNR, 5 minutes consciousness no reality, which is strong heart breath, belly breath, nose inhalation 6 seconds, nose exhale 6 seconds from out of your heart center. Slide from fear, let go from any of your nasty, difficult old stuff, peace, no reality, no thinking, or everyday self. Only feel, just be light. Then 2 minutes to become awareness and understand what happened from everyday self. Use your notes. Lots of love, Siri-Gian.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
I'll load the video.
Got it. Japa Saraswati, is it possible to use a video for the whole width of the video?
Yes, we're doing it from my phone today. I'm broadcasting from my phone at a park because the Wi-Fi at my house isn't right today. So, so that's why it's smaller when I'm doing it from my phone, but then I can rotate my phone, which apparently I can't do for the text, but for the video it works. So the video is
Okay.
going to be full-sized.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm going to mute myself first. Oh no. Okay, so I'm going on mute, guys.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Sun City,
Satnam, yes.
can you right now mute yourself?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
You're going to have a wonderful, wonderful time for the next hour or so. We have David Clements here again. It's absolute joy, of course, to be with you, David. I think this is about our 7th conversation. I think something like that.
Yeah, somewhere around
And
there. Yeah.
you know, they've just been so helpful and so uplifting for people. So I know this one's going to be similar. And for the I think most of you know David and his background. For those of you who don't, he was in very high level academia to advanced degrees from Oxford and Cambridge, PhD. And then you began remote viewing, I think, and that was working very successfully. And then a galactic team started to contact you, and your life changed out of all recognition. So you're now a living energy systems expert. You're developing some beautiful regenerative technology to help humanity, but you also have a fabulous part of the website which offers live streams and meditations run by your galactic team, as I understand it, those meditations, and a lot of those are free, and they are really truly life-changing for people. So highly recommend that you join those. I'll put the link for those below, and yeah, you can become part of David's teachings. So welcome, David. Absolute joy to have you here.
Thank you, Pam. Yeah, I've been looking forward to this for a while because I know that we talked about this just after, or quite soon after we did the last interview, and yeah, I'm so glad to be back. I love chatting with you, and I could see how much help and insight and hope it gives people who are listening in the comments. So thank you, everyone who's listening, and I hope you get just as much out of this conversation as you have out of the others. So it's good to be here.
So we're going to be thoroughly cosmic today. So
definitely.
you know, it's interesting, Dave, because I remember very distinctly that it was on, I think you're talking about December the 4th last year being a very
Yes.
significant wave. And that was, you didn't know that, but that was a very important full moon in Gemini that day. And you
Interesting.
obviously weren't aware of that, but that was a very powerful time. And then you talked about this powerful evolutionary wave that was coming in, peaking in late June and July, which
Yes.
interested me enormously because the astrology is so rare, pretty much unique in this month, which doesn't mean to say it's all going to happen this month, but it's a kind of the beginning of another upstep in evolutionary terms. So what you
Yes.
were seeing in this wave of energy is what I was seeing astrologically. And I also listened to a brilliant geophysicist called Stephen Burns, and he was talking about exactly this peak time, late June, July. And he was talking about how essentially we were having a more direct magnetic connection with the sun because we were in a kind of a coronal high-speed stream between the Earth and the sun, and also that the Earth was becoming much more electrified. And so I don't know whether that language is what you were seeing in evolutionary terms, or whether you can say more, because I know you said this was completely new energy coming in for humanity in the Earth.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. The the kind of the energetics that are being created and developed actually, because there's such a plethora of different types of energy. It's not just magnetic, it's many, many different levels. And, that's a massive conversation in of itself, but I'll try to nutshell it enough. But essentially, so just a quick recap of what the teams have told me and passed to tell on in these interviews and so forth, is that these membrane systems that are being created and have been, set up and are still developing around the solar system, around planetary bodies, and also inside the planet. These membranes contain, how could I say? They contain levels of energetics which are a little bit like a birthing condition for new energetics to come in, because we have been used to, as third dimensional reality observers, whatever you want to call it, we've been used to a type of energetic system that is highly constrained, highly compressed, and behaves in a very solid-like fashion. So it's very limited in what it can do and how it can behave. And, so when I think about conventional physics, when people talk about the laws of physics, these are very simplistic observations about the solidity and the limited behavior of how energy works in a highly compressed environment, which we have been in. But now, with everything changing fundamentally, all nature of fields are starting to change. Matter itself is changing, and its behavior is starting to change. And this is actually observed in mainstream physics. I remember back in the late 90s when I was doing my undergraduate degree in mathematical physics, they were starting to see that they always observed certain decay rates, of particles, like the muon decay rate was always constant. And then it began to change and they didn't understand why. So that's been something that's been observed for a while. And so, because there's a lot of talk about muons and all sorts of other particles in different guises. But fundamentally, the way I see it and what the teams have given me is that we're so used to looking at it through the material lens, and how does matter behave? Can we construct mathematical equations to map and sort of predict and so on and so forth? But what's really deeper underneath that? What's the literal living energetic magic, you might want to say, that sort of precedes all of that? And that's kind of what's coming to the surface, and on these other worlds with the beings that I connect with. Their worlds are so enveloped with higher level, what you might call multidimensional living energetics, or that could be a little bit of a whimsical phrase, but it's really an expression to say that the nature of energy and its behavior is now of a very overt, living, conscious, sort of fluid entity, if you like, or beingness, presence, whatever you want to call it. There's not really a good word to describe it. And so that really is what's starting to come to the forefront from us. We are moving out of this highly solid, rule-based, mechanistic world of living into a fluid, dynamic, living, thriving world. Because we've all been taught, it's even in physics, you can't get something for nothing. You can't create energy out of nothing, yada, 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 yada. So there's all these ideas of but those are all program conditions that get us as the observer to create that in the world and reinforce that compactification, reinforce that solidification. So we're actually, people think, oh, we just wait and watch the world unfold. Well, there is an unfolding, but what's really unfolding is us. Our consciousness is changing, the way we perceive is changing, and therefore the outer world is changing as well. And so, we talked about before we started recording the waves that were coming in, and there have been these very profound waves, coming through, as you said, through June. They peaked in sort of middle of June, beginning of July, and now they're starting to settle off. And they have been dredging up immense amounts of stuff from deep within people, all the stuff that lingers there that people have no idea that's even there. It's happened to me as well. I've had some real humdingers to deal with over these past couple of months. Nobody, I don't think anybody gets a free pass. No. Yeah. So, and one of the things that, as a little message, if you don't mind, sorry to carry this this sort of paragraph in it a little bit longer, but it's I think it's a very good message for people to know that a lot of stuff that you have no familiarity with, no context of, or no known relationship with, will just shoot to the surface, and suddenly it will throw you off, and you'll feel like you're wobbling all over the place and you don't know what's going on. And a lot of this stuff has been so hidden, so stuffed down, that you had no idea that it even existed inside your conscious field system. And now these waves are coming to dredge that out, to release it from you so that you can expand. It's like taking out the anchors that keep you in this highly compressed, highly compact, solidified, limited world of rule-based energetics. But that's all part of the huge change that we're going through. And yes, Stefan is right that the sun itself, the relationship with the sun, is absolutely changing, because as the energies raise and the multidimensional nature of our interconnectivity starts to open up, new gateways start to open and expand for us. And suddenly the interconnectivity, not just with the sun, but with the core of the earth, and with the sun acting as a point in a huge interconnective stellar system and galactic system, it's massive. And suddenly all that is starting to come online. And now, just like streaming energy, now the linkage of river, and now suddenly this little dam is opening up, and suddenly you're getting all that beautiful, highly, intelligent, living liquid light that's coming through, and you're bathing in it. Now you're having such greater connectivity with, like I said, stellar systems beyond our sun, including our sun, the galactic core, and so on. It's really, really huge. It's massive.
Because this is an evolutionary leap, not only for Earth, but for the whole galaxy, I've heard you say.
Yes, exactly. Yes, something I can feel my teams here, they're quite excited to share something. They're saying what's happening now is they're saying think bigger than your galaxy. They're saying this is a multi-galactic, universal unfolding, and it's bringing together what they're showing me is this whole interconnected web of light streams that are enhancing and going all the way out. They're saying, think of a tree with all of its root systems and all of the branches and leaves, and suddenly the core of the tree suddenly lights up, and streams of light now go through all the fibers of the tree, through the root system. They're working their way to the very tips of the roots everywhere. They're saying that's what it's like on a universal scale. That's what's happening. And so they're saying this is immense. They're saying there are civilizations out there performing immense work in different areas, different galaxies. This is huge. And you know, even though the planetary ascension that we're going through is a massive, massive thing, because a full planetary ascension like this has never taken place on this planet before. It's a first.
Wow.
As far as I'm aware from my teams, they're saying yes, that's correct. But this whole thing, as you know, when you look at it on a universal scale, what's happening, this whole upliftment is colossal. And you know what the role that Earth is playing in this is massive. And I believe it's partly to do with, and this reminds me of some of, you know, the ancient masters that came here. They came here to seed such light into the darkest places. Because to do so, it's like, imagine going down to the bottom of the ocean, you set off this immense light, and that light would work its way through every water molecule, spread out from the deepest place and work its way back up to the surface. And so in a way, that's kind of what they did. They started the seeding work, and it obviously took place long before they came as well. So it's a step-by-step system. But when they came in, it's the most recalled and renowned point at which very advanced beings came in to supersede light in, to break the system down from within. Because remember, one way to look at this is part of the bind that humanity's got itself into is being involved in an environmental energetic system that is so confined and ratcheted down. Material makeup, matter itself, to change it, recode it, reform it so that it releases and lets go, and suddenly the living fluidity of the real nature of energy comes back, and the thriving can come back again. So it's quite there's a number of ways you can see it, but that's a nice way of looking at it, and I feel that's what's happened. And so the system per se, darkness, whatever you want to call it, never had a chance, because you know, living intelligence is the fundamental towards everything, you know, and what we call darkness is just a perception. And it was said to me that it's when you look at something and it appears to have a diminished level of love intelligence within it, from your perceptive vision, it appears dim or dark. That is what darkness appears as. But as soon as it becomes full of love intelligence, it luminesces, it glows. Suddenly now the holographic forms that you are now looking at are now filled with living light intelligence. And now they're organized and harmonized by that intelligence, because it's in it, it's actively working inside it, and now it's doing its magic. And that's how, and so it becomes luminescent. So that becomes light. So really it is that, you know, darkness per se is not a real thing. It's a perception of the lack of love intelligence. And that comes back to the game of free will, because to have the game of free will, you need this sort of perceptive contrast of lack and then to be full of, so that you have this spectrum of all things in between. So yeah, there's a lot of different threads you could go on there, but I don't want to hog it too much, because I'm sure you've got lots of
It's
questions.
absolutely, it's all absolutely fascinating. So clearly we are in an incredibly accelerated period said that we are hyper accelerating now. Humanity is hyper accelerating. And I know there's no such thing as linear time, so this is quite a tricky question to ask, and our evolution will go on to infinity forever and ever and ever. Are we kind of in a sort of a bubble period where it is particularly intense and then it will start to level off a little bit? Or will it keep
Yeah.
at this intensity for, forever and ever and keep upping? Or is this a particularly concentrated period?
Yeah, I can feel the teams laughing. They're saying that's really up to you, in the sense that they're saying that you can be as enriched or as still as you wish to be. They're saying, but part of this unfolding, these massive waves are coming through as a planned purposefulness.
Yeah.
And they're saying it's a Pleiadian being, I believe, here at the moment. And I also believe the Syrians are here as well. They're saying they would like to come forward to share some perspective. So, okay, my high self, please go ahead, and the teams, love light teams that are here. So they're saying the Earth is undergoing tremendous change, which they're saying, they're smiling and saying, you already know that, of course. But they'd like to discuss some of the changes on a deeper level. And so what is happening, they're saying, I just touched on it a little bit with what I was saying about the luminescence of matter and the filling of love intelligence. They're saying they would like to take it a step further, because they're saying your world has essentially, in a manner of speaking, and they're saying they're hesitant to say these words, but imprisoned in a way. Not quite in the way that we would understand it, but they're saying, think of a bubble that appeared to be so separated and so disconnected from everything outside. They're saying that's really what they mean. So they're saying they don't want people to misunderstand, what it is they're saying, but it has created such a sense of separation with okay, sorry, could you just slow that one down a little bit? I missed that word. They're saying they're using a type of expression I'm not used to, so I'm finding it hard to find the word to describe it. But essentially, it's like they're saying the game of humanity. They're saying, let's call it that. The environment of humanity, whatever you want to call it. They're saying what's happened is in that game, they're saying it's a little bit like, they're showing this analogy. Imagine a group of children on a playground and they get taken into the school and the doors get locked, and then that's where they stay. And they get used to just being in there all the time, and they forget that there's a world outside of them. And they're saying what's happened to humanity is that we have forgotten that there is an entire plethora of multidimensional levels of existence all around us, all outside of us in perception terms. That we've forgotten and have had very little instance of that connectivity or the sensitivity or the feeling of that. And they're saying it's created this condition of ever greater compacting, and separation that had to be turned around, they're saying, because it was going into a very, very, unpleasant place, they're saying. And they're saying the initiation of this turnaround actually took place a long time ago. This isn't recent. But a lot of the things that we are noticing are quite recent as to many of the up levelings. So they're saying the turnaround actually was they're talking thousands of years ago, where things were turned around. They're saying your history is a lot more ancient than your books are saying. Of course, we of course know that. But yes, sorry, please, I didn't mean to interrupt you like that. Please continue. They're saying, yes, there have been many civilizations on this planet, many of them very advanced. Many had left this world and developed technologies that they could go elsewhere with. Remnants of which they're saying many have found in different places, including Antarctica, they're saying. So this, they're saying they encourage people to look into this more, because you'll find some very interesting things. But they're saying, more to the point, what's happening is the core of humanity and the core of their being, the heart intelligence, that is where the veils are really lifting. And that is where people are starting to feel all sorts of weird goings on, odd imbalances, discomforts, all sorts of strange things going on, they're saying. And they're saying this is expected in their eyes. This is part of the process. They're saying you see humanity, and they're saying that with such a lot of love and reverence. They're saying that you're going through a massive transformation, which is not a transformation of just being more intellectual. And they're saying, of course, you know this. they're saying you're undergoing a transformation where you are literally returning to the core of you have this profound chance to go so deep into the core of who you are, to be a living powerful emanation of source intelligent light within human form. They're saying this is the grand experiment of the human form right now. And they're saying it is immensely exciting for them. They're saying they're seeing things switch on in humanity on a subatomic, molecular, DNA level that are just profound. And they're saying this involves what they will call light science that's beyond what we know right now, but we will become accustomed to it and understand later. But they're saying, but suffice to say now, they're saying that so many things are coming into play that are going to be immensely enriching to the human condition beyond what you can imagine right now. It's really, really profound. And they're saying here, literally, each of your Earth days brings something so profound and new in itself. It said you're he's saying it's a male, and he's saying humanity is of such interest to a delightful interest to just many, many immense races because they can see what's happening as well. And he's saying I was just about to leave now as there's a female who's coming forward now. I think it's okay. So this is an Arcturian female. Okay. Okay, so my high self and the Arcturian female, please go ahead with what you'd like to say. So that's interesting. So she's holding out her hand, and she's showing me something energetically on her hand. So she's saying this is a representation of, or an image of the heart center, and she's saying something is changing. She just wants me to be still for a second so I can see. Okay, please go ahead and show me. Okay, wow. Let me try and describe this to you. Okay, have you finished? Would you like me to describe that now? Yeah, she's nodding. Okay. What a really delightful being. Very, very sweet and gentle, but incredibly, incredibly advanced. So she held out her hand and just showed me a sort of energetic image of the heart's energetic system, what it is right now. And she was saying what it's transforming into, and it just went like this and transformed into this immense I'm not sure if I can find the words to describe it. She's saying that the opportunity for humanity to be such a direct emanator of source intelligence. Do I have that correct? Is that what you mean? She's nodding, but there's a little caveat to it. Okay, so okay. She's saying imagine even okay, I see what she's saying now. So she's saying the heart center is not only the core of our living intelligence, it's the core of our perceptivity. And she's saying the galactic connectivity that we're getting, this is where it's developing from. And she's saying that when you reach a certain level, you will literally feel the living consciousness of stellar systems, galactic systems right here. You'll have perceptivity of them right here. They're saying let me see if I can get this right. It's like, okay, so let me say this and you can correct me if I've got the translation wrong. It's like the living light library of the human system, the human form, with that level of source connectivity with your higher self embedded in the human form so much they're saying is an experiment that is really just incredibly profound, because they're saying the experiential again it's very difficult because they're showing me very multidimensional concepts, and I'm finding it a bit difficult to find a word to translate that into to explain it. Okay, so if you can help me my higher self find the right words for this. So, okay, my higher self saying, picture an ocean, and you are in the ocean. And now all of a sudden, you become aware that you are the body of the ocean as well. And that ocean is filled with living library energetics of consciousness. and understanding an experience that spans not just this world, but entire galaxies. They're saying that is where you need to be looking. That's how big it is. They're saying this is still developing, but this is what is slowly coming online for each of us as we wish it to be. They're saying the availability, because of the genetic makeup of the human form from many master races, because of the Earth herself, her lineage, her connectivity, her whole framework in this whole thing, the whole thing together in symbiosis is creating what they're saying is like a light recipe that is like no other. It really is. It's really profound. And so they're saying they would really love people to play and ponder with the idea of just having such expansivity of awareness inside your being, unlike you have never imagined before. They're saying that's where you have the opportunity to go. And that's these waves coming through, they're saying, are clearing the bedrock. They're clearing the dust, the debris, the mud that is getting in the way of that coming into better fruition. And saying it's all part of this pulsing that comes through. It purges, dredges, pushes out, settles you down. You get a settling time so that space can now be filled with more advanced light energetics. Then you get another wave through that pushes more dredge out the way. And they're saying it's clearing the human form so that we have such a and they're sort of smiling a bit. They say we know how that terminology gets used a lot in different ways, but they want to make it very clear. They're saying, imagine around you a nested series of fields all around you and ever expanding back towards source. They're saying those are the expressions of you in ever expanding form back to source. They're saying this whole process is allowing you and helping you to connect more deeply, deeply, deeply with each of that almost sort of fractalized field system, so that you have such a profound and deep access to that you are literally just emanating that in human form. And they're saying the ability to be a bridge to such high level living energetics in a sort of third, fourth, and fifth dimensional setting. They're saying it's never been done like this before. This is such a new thing. And they're saying the conditions that humanity are creating by doing this work is opening up even more doors as we go along that were not expected to be open, that even more expansivity and new projects can be enacted because of it. They're saying it's such fun with you humans. They're saying in your human phrase, it's never a dull day. So.
They're having more fun up there than
Okay. Here we go. Okay, now it's Aagia Pal.
Okay. So, oops. Okay. So let's meditate for a minute with heart breath and breath of fire. Inhaling through the nose, exhaling through the heart center, and breath of fire, which we'll call heart pumping. And please begin. And for the next minute, please continue heart breath and listen to your inner voice to decide who or what will be your Healy, and begin. And for the next 3 minutes, please continue with very strong third eye energy. This energy, focus it and feel and see directly your Healy. And so this diamond light beam will be focused strongly on your Healy. And you may continue with heart breath if you need more power as well. So for the next 3 minutes, and begin.
And if we're and with dynamite, if there's too much power, then go down to heart breath. Go ahead.
And please inhale and exhale. And now Siri-Gian will lead our meditation with CNR.
Thank you. I need to change that that dynamite diamond. Okay. And now begin 5 minutes CNR and continue. Inhale. Exhale. And breathe. 2 minutes to become awareness, and then understand what happened from EDS. Use your notes. Inhale and breathe. Aagia Pal.
This was very heavy for me. I started with the dynamite diamond, focusing it on my Healy, and then found myself being like a thread pulled through the dynamite diamond focus. Now was pulled through this thread that went to another person, and then another person, and then continued ad infinitum, just continued. And um, uh, seeing in some way, quote unquote, through this dynamite diamond beam, the struggles of everyone, the brokenness of everyone, the suffering of everyone, and then going out into the world, and the the dynamite diamond light beam just wrapping itself around the world, just wrapping it, and in multiple different colors. And then, okay, so it got to the point where I was just beginning to really be overwhelmed. And I allowed myself to be drawn into my heart center, into the very, well, what I intended for me was the very core of my heart center. And there, as someone said, you're not alone. Soul is with you. You are integral part of your soul, essentially. And then I realized that this is where, and then I put myself in this place of upliftment, of change, of, you want to call ascension or what, it's purification. That's what it is. And so that, yes, this is all part of the human story and my story, to ascend, to purify, and realized that my perception of everybody and everybody's imperfections, was a projection of my own. And then realized that, and then realized I was home in the right place, in the center of my heart. And I began to relax and allow a healing light to go through me and through this thread that wraps around the whole world. And I felt like it was a journey, from an old perception, like David was talking about, I think, to a new perception and a different perspective on being alive. How life, it occurred to, starts very small, tiny, right? A couple cells, and then gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And that mystery of what life is began to, take hold in me and help to, and actually began and is continuing to help with, illuminating like who I am, purifying my perspectives, raising my consciousness from, I suppose, negativity to more and more positivity, and not thinking in the dualistic term of bad and good or whatever, positive and negative, just moving up towards the divinity of love. And, it was a lovely experience, I can say now, looking back. And, I think something that is going to stick with me now for quite a while in meditation. So I'm gratefully reporting this. Thank you.
How wonderful.
Mhm.
Thank you, Dee.
Thank you.
so much. Okay. So now, Gian Dasprem.
Satnam, he had to go give somebody a ride to a
Oh,
medical thing. He may or may not come back, depending on factors, how that goes.
okay. All righty. So, Kehar.
Hi. I'm still kind of in that space. There's a lot of things. So when we got to the CNR part, which Siri-Gian, you and I talked about, which I'm like, this is just meditation. So I asked Baba Siri-Chan, I was like, okay, just tell me more what you mean by this. And there was the image of, the 1950s comic book flying saucer, right? And that my head was in the glass bubble of the top of it. So like a little like space helmet. And the feeling was you let the brain just totally empty out and the body just does its own magic and works through, which is what, the main thing that I felt from the recording and just everything, everybody's, what we've been going through, which is shifting realities and frequencies. And that honestly, we really don't actually have to do anything because the frequency, the body knows it and the body's tuned into it more than our brains are. So sitting in this bubble and just it's this feeling of just like my head is totally protected and you let everything just empty out, and then the focus can just be on the sensation of what's happening in my body. And like how kind of like, Sut City, what you were saying, the the hardship that you're going through, but also there's like a gift that you're not remembering certain things, and then it's like the things you remember are the ones that are coming up to be cleared because this, and that's kind of how I felt in this space where when you take the facets of the mind and obviously, which is wonderful, right? Like there's so many facets of our head that are wonderful. But for doing this kind of shift work, at least in this moment, to let that go, and then the body smartly will shift through things. And what I felt is that it's that the body neuron, right? We talk about mirror neurons. So the brain, we have all the mirror neurons like in the body. So what came up in that quick period of time was a couple different like things where I know trauma held on in my body and there was like a fear, and I just stayed with it and you just let the body go through it and how much you can shift without putting the mind on it. And what really came up was, at least for me, the sticky stuff, right? The core of like my sticky sap is judgment, you know, like, and a lot of self-judgment. And there was this flash of fear. And this was more during the video when he was like letting our form change, because there's a part of me, like that brain part is afraid because it's like, well, what will I be? Right. But the body isn't afraid. The energy field isn't afraid. At least that's how I'm experiencing things. But, I think for me, what it's going to be a practice in my daily life, especially as school starts, and it's very, very grounded in the real world, dealing with lots of teenagers and people and lots of things, that how is possible, as it has to be possible because everybody's feeling it on some level, right? To let that energy lead and change no matter what's happening around. I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to have to feel about how that manifests into what I'm doing in my day-to-day life. Because it's a lot. It's a lot because you can't shift everyone around you and how we react to it. I don't know. I have to discover that because it's a little overwhelming, but that felt really true and good in my energy body shift. Yeah, so that's my share.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys.
Okay. So now, Harimandir.
Yeah. In working with my Heelys just kept expanding, and it felt a little like what Aagia Pal was saying. Her thread for me, I started with who came to mind, but then um, from the from the from the bottom up, like from the feet. Although I didn't think of it in that way, but out of the earth, and just this energy just came, light or vibration or whatever, just came up through from the bottom, from the earth and up, and then more and more as people came to mind, was just doing that. And then in the Middle East, like we had been told to do this last week, just whole areas, just everybody in them, just have that energy coming up. And it was so easy. I didn't have to think about it. I brought someone to mind, or it's an area to mind. I just filled them up. So it was a lovely experience.
How wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay. Sat City?
Satnam, everybody. It's Sat City, and you can probably hear the torrential rain that's happening. So what really came to me, and my eyes were closed, listening to this process of torrential rain washing away, cleansing. And the message I got was, this is not a revolution and a revolt, which has been very violent in human history. This is a cleansing in a beautiful, energetic rain of grace. So, and it's interesting because I'm in my car and I look out the front window, and everything is looking through the rain, and it's like everything's dissolving. The vehicles on this very busy road in front of me are dissolving, especially things in the further distance right across the busy road. So that is very helpful to me because I've got a lot of Aries in my astrology, and I tend to go in with, kind of aggressive and with the horns, head down and the horns, butting heads. So that's really important. This gentle cleansing and transformation, gentle cleansing like the rain, and helping people release as a process of cleansing, not anything violent or judgmental or anything like that. So that's really, really helpful. And I got very clear instructions because I was doing job searches after the gardening season's over to work with older adults in an academic setting, or there's a college right here. It's like, no, 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 no. Finish out this season of gardening and then work with much younger kids, say like fourth grade, fifth grade, no more than sixth grade, and younger, because this generation will really want to learn about gardening, cherishing the earth, and awakening and directing, helping that awakening in the youngins to heal the earth, to respect the earth. And they'll be dealing with the brunt of climate change. So that was a big surprise to me. I'm really glad for this clarification of next steps and paths of service. That it was really helpful information, and it really touched my heart. I'll pass.
Lovely. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Aagia Pal.
Yes. I believe I already spoke.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mm.
I meant Japa Saraswati. I'm
There you go.
Well, I was really touched by what Aagia Pal said about at the beginning, her Heelys finding that sort of fluorescence, and that David Clemens, or an incandescence, talked about that incandescence of was it, he didn't quite say the love light, but I'll say the love light. And so this is, I guess this is my message for today. I want to tell you guys about subtle anatomy. And and so if we take the heel of our hand and put it on that bridge of our nose, and then the middle finger points straight up, and then if you then take the middle finger and press it down, like right at that spot. So it's that spot where the middle finger lands is where the three bones of the skull come together, that when we're a baby, they're not fused, so that we can be birthed a little bit easier. And then as we grow older, they fuse. And it's also right above this is the 10th gate. So this is like the highest point. Um, and and what else happens is that there is the chakra at the center of the palm where Jesus had stigmata, lines up exactly with the chakra in the third eye. So that's a magical little sacred geometry. And the one in the palm also correlates to the chakra in the foot where Jesus also had stigmata. And that chakra in the foot is where our stability really comes from. There is a triangle, a pyramid that is made by the arch of the foot. And at the apex of that pyramid is the apex of our arch, but it's also where really our stability comes from and where our roots grow down from. But I want to say about the healing, that healing incandescence. So the chakra at the center of the palm, if did I tell you this before about the priestly blessing, that in Judaism there's the priestly blessing, and the priests, the rabbis will put their hands up sort of beside their head and point their palms forward. And anyway, this is the priestly blessing, and this chakra in the hand is regarded as the blessing chakra. And I've said this before, but I'll say it again. So that chakra, among the ways that it blesses, is anything that we're polishing, anything that we're massaging, anything that we're cleaning, cooking. These basic acts of taking care of things happen a lot through that chakra at the center of the palm, and it's connected with the chakra at the heart center. So when we're in our standing poses and we have our arms extended, it is exercising, I would say, or using that meridian that goes from our heart through to the palm. Those are connected, and that healing energy. So I've just, that meditation for me, the CNR and the dynamite diamond, that's part of why I wanted to tell you guys about the that third eye, and I think Kehar said ascension. So I've really been thinking about ascending up through that 10th gate, and this is just some sacred geometry and subtle anatomy that that I just, that's my message for sharing today.
Wonderful.
Thank you, G.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
guys.
all of you. That's great.
Mhm.
So much.
So helpful.
Yes. And for me, I could feel I'm just going to call it somebody, at one point male, the other female, but very beautiful and very strong. What do you call it? How do you say it? Sacred.
Okay.
And about this, those persons
Mhm.
are coming from bishops, like Tutu, remember him?
Yes. Oh,
That kind, and Buddha is for the Episcopal bishop. Do you remember her?
yes.
Yes, and it's important to these beautiful people to bring that powerful. So they are taking that to help others to continue. And there are lots and lots of people to magnify that more and more. Thank you. Okay. God bless you all. Okay. So remember, we have another section, second section next week. And if you would also like to see this video for the first section, and then maybe go to the second or third section,
Okay.
whatever you want, because there's a lot of stuff happening. And use your own meditations as well. Thank you.
Why did
Oh,
it? Why did it?
okay. Okay. So, Kehar, would you sing?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Okay. Inhale. May the long time sun shine upon you. All love around you. And the pure light within you guide your way on. Guide your way on. Guide your way on.
You? Bless you all.
Oh, thank you so much.
Love you all. Have a great week.
Guys,
Love you all.
bye.
Pranam.
Love you
Adios.
all. Satnam.
Satnam. Have a great week. Siri-Gian.